President Houston, go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to let you know that our email sync is completed. You can all now use your email. We also wanted to give Reed a heads up that we are merging those imagery for our downlink folders into one. So going forward, he should only see one on his PCD. Not to be alarmed if you see one disappeared. And then last, thought you guys would be happy to know we have implemented your feedback for tomorrow. So we are ensuring that everyone will have exercise. We are also going to move the RAD shelter demo to flight day 8, where it is going to be condensed to focus on the highest priority objectives.
Oh, okay. They're going to condense the radiation shelter testing.
Awesome.
Focus on other things.
All accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
And we just heard some...
Thank you, Tess, and you have a good night, too.
And we just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Victor Glover on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom, or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, test Caswell for Orbit 2. They were discussing an update that was being made to the crew's email on board the Orion spacecraft. That update now complete, and they were also discussing some of the activities that were scheduled for Flight Day 7, which is tomorrow. They did mention that they are actually going to move that radiation shelter demonstration that I was just mentioning a few moments ago. So that demonstration is now moving to Flight Day 8 to allow the crew to have a larger, more off-duty day tomorrow with less tasks on the timeline.
Give them a day off. They need it. Run day 7. They haven't had a single moment to breathe.
So now for Flight Day 7, the crew will just have their post-lunar flyby conference, and then possibly that return trajectory correction 1 burn should it be needed. Otherwise, they will have a pretty light duty day tomorrow with some free time to do as they please on this return journey back to Earth. Again, that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th.
Just wanted to shout out that we do have some Artemis merch on the store. I was talking about it a little earlier, but we have a coffee mug that I put out for the Artemis streams. We got the date of launch here. We got Artemis 2 up here. The crescent Earth back there. The capsule, and of course, Smoke Puppy on his mission. With the NASA logo and the Breaky Time Space Agency logo at the top. It's $12.95 right now. It'll always be cheap like that, so it'll probably be cheaper than that at some point. But yeah, we got the 11 and 15 ounce. The 15 ounce is 15. But yeah, I'm gonna post it in the chat. Absolutely. There you go, everyone. If you'd like to pick one of those up, they're available right now. They'll always be available. They will always be for sale. I never take anything down from the store. Once it's up, it's permanent. So you'll always be able to buy a Smoke Puppy in space coffee mug. Artemis shit. Hell yeah. If it goes up, it's there for good.
And is able to perform with the precision required.
So we're talking about the docking situation
away from the Earth. It will come back very close to the Earth, and it will take minimal thruster performance to get them back into the atmosphere should they find themselves in a spacecraft that is not operating up to standards. After that portion of the mission has been satisfied, the spacecraft will depart and put some distance between itself and the ICPS, which has one last mission to perform. First of all, the ICPS will make sure it is on a trajectory that brings it back to Earth, and then it will deploy 4 different CUBE satellites into this highly eccentric orbit. These are with international partners that want to access this high energy orbit, and because the ICPS is guaranteed to come back at this point, These spacecraft either have to make some sort of maneuver to maintain their orbit, or they have to accept that they're going to burn up in about 20 hours' time. On
I think
Artemis
2 of
1,
them
there
are
was
going to burn
10
up.
CubeSats. On this one, there's only 4. And I think a big reason for this difference is that Artemis 1 had a lot of failed satellites, and I think that's because the stack moved back and forth and the Cube satellites' batteries burned down before they were deployed. But also, Artemis 1 deployed directly into
2 of them
translunar
have burned
injection,
up, I
whereas this one
believe.
is deploying into this eccentric orbit which doesn't quite miss the Earth. It's kind of lower energy. The first spacecraft deployed is called Atenea. It's from the Argentinian National Space Activities Commission. And
This is a little
looking at things
sussy.
like radiation, shielding mechanisms, and this doesn't have a propulsion system, so it will burn up. That, I guess, is why they're deploying it first. The other 3 do have onboard propulsion. There's Tacheles, which is from the German Aerospace Center, and it's, again, looking at lunar vehicle technologies. There's Space Weather CubeSat 1 from the Saudi Space Agency, and
Another
there's KRAD Cube
sussy
from
one.
the Korea Aerospace Mission, which will use a tissue-equivalent dosimeter to look at radiation doses while passing through the Van Allen belts. And so now it's all Orion all the way on its 10-day mission around the moon. Now, as we said, it's left on a mission, on a trajectory which brings it out to apogee and then all the way back to Earth. One thing I forgot to include here is there's supposed to be a perigee raising burn that occurs at apogee. That is at the furthest point. As I said,
I think
they left it on an orbit
I
which
don't
would
remember
intentionally
if they did that
re-enter.
or not.
Before it does that, it has to fire up its propulsion system about halfway through to make sure that it can raise that orbit. And this is actually the first test of the primary propulsion system, which is using an AJ-10 engine, which was from a space shuttle. It actually flew most recently on STS-112 back in 2002. Now, this service propulsion system is actually a big part of the international nature of Artemis 2. While the capsule on top the Orion spacecraft was developed by Lockheed Martin in the US, the service module was actually developed by the European Space Agency, and this was part of a deal which was part of the International Space Station program. Europe developed the ATV, which was a cargo spacecraft for the ISS, and after they stopped flying this, they took that same technology to develop the propulsion system and the service module for the Orion spacecraft, which will be used for going to the moon. And it's these kind of international deals which also explains why there is Jeremy Hansen on board, a Canadian astronaut. So in addition to the solar panels and the primary propulsion system, the service module also provides 24 attitude control, reaction control thrusters, and a set of 8 smaller propulsion thrusters, which can be used instead of that primary engine if there's any problems once they're already out in deep space. Obviously, if that primary engine fails now, they just take the loss and they come back to Earth. They don't want to go out into deep space when they're potentially running out of options to get back. And so now, having made the translunar injection burn, they are on their way to the moon to fly past the far side. As we said, this is a free return trajectory. What that means is that if they do nothing, they will get swung around the moon for free and come home. The point is that this it lets them get close to the moon, but it also makes sure that it is easy for them to get back to Earth should any problems arise on this very early test mission. Now, of course, this was a trick that was used on early Apollo missions to make sure that if there was a problem, they could get home. And of course, that very much helped on Apollo 13, where they really did need to bring the astronauts home and they had much more limited propulsion capability left. They are taking their time compared to Apollo. Like, Apollo got to the moon and performed its lunar injection in around 3 days. This is going to take about 4 and a bit days to actually swing around behind the moon. So it's a bit more leisurely. And that in turn,
It actually
means
took
that when
6
it arrives
days,
at
yeah.
the moon, it's going a bit more slowly. And since it's going a bit more slowly, its trajectory needs to be turned less to get the free return. Therefore, it doesn't want to get as close to the moon as the Apollo spacecraft. And so if the Artemis 2
I guess it
launch
was
mission
for
launches in the
not
next couple of
including
months,
the
then
yeah.
they are
never
going to
mind.
fly around the far side of the moon, further
4.5,
away from
yeah.
the moon than any of the Apollo crews. And because of the position of the moon, they will actually fly further from the Earth than any humans have before. So the exact distance to the moon depends on the launch window, and there's a few different launch opportunities, but it's something between like 4,000 to 6,000 miles, again, depending upon when it launches. What's also interesting is because of when they are launching, they're going to be passing behind the moon when the moon is pretty close to being a new moon. That is, as far as we humans on Earth are concerned, the moon is basically invisible because it's only showing us its dark side. But for the astronauts traveling around the far side of the moon, they will be treated to their version of a full moon. The far side of the moon will be completely illuminated as far as they're concerned. From their point of view, roughly, it'll be like equivalent to holding a basketball at arm's length. It will be significantly larger than the Earth, and when they travel around the far side, they will be completely cut off.
Example
no
that NASA was using today. Interesting.
Unless they use that Chinese relay satellite that's up there, but that's not part of the mission. Because of the time that they are launching, they will be able to see
this video was made
that
2
was
months
not
ago.
visible to any of the Apollo astronauts as they swung around the far side. They were lower down, the illumination was different. There's going to be a bunch of things that humans have never seen with their actual eyes before. And the astronauts will practice photographing it using, I think it's a Nikon D5s, and that'll be paired with long focal length lenses so that they can pick out detailed features on the surface. The image resolution they should get will be about 100 meters. And let's be clear, we have the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which has taken much better pictures of the entire surface. This is largely an exercise in having the humans in the loop, understanding what they're looking at, trying to take images of what they think is important. The kind of skills that future lunar spacecraft pilots will have to have. Each of the crew members will take turns working on the photographs, trying to look for features that they've been assigned and understand what they are seeing. They only have a few hours as they sweep in down towards the moon and then sweep back off away from the moon on their return to Earth. And unlike Apollo 8, we know for sure when Earthrise will happen, so you can be sure that they will have somebody set up to make sure they capture every single image of that. And what I hope is that they have some sort of onboard camera recording with audio so we can hear these people reacting to this, right? Yes, they are astronauts and they're supposed to be steely-eyed missile men and women, but I kind of want to hear those human reactions of what they are seeing and what they're experiencing as they are on the far side of the moon and watching Earth come back into view. This is a human spaceflight mission, and we really need to have that human angle to connect us back on Earth to what they are experiencing up in space. But eventually they will leave the moon behind and begin their journey back to Earth. And, during this time, of course, they will continue to perform experiments. During the coast to and from the moon, there's a number of experiments they're supposed to perform. First of all, they will need to make occasional trajectory correction maneuvers to make sure they remain on their perfect trajectory to and from. They will need to verify the avionics, the propulsion. They will perform occasional manual piloting tests while they're flying. They will be testing the life support hardware as well. That includes testing the toilet. Yes, if that breaks down, that could be a bit of a sticky situation.
Reading the future, I see.
The food preparation. There is an exercise machine, a bit like a rowing machine, and they are required to do half an hour exercise each, which kind of takes up a large part of the capsule, apparently, because it's the only place where they can stand up. So the other crew have to sort of hang out on the edge doing their work while the person in the middle does their squats or whatever using the rowing machine. But that's required for longer missions, because if you're spending a few weeks in space, muscle atrophy will become a problem very, very quickly. They will be running experiments measuring radiation levels. And of course, if there is actually a radiation emergency, there is a radiation shelter which they will have to use. They will have to practice this regardless, but the way this works is there's two large food lockers underneath the seats. And if they need to use these, or if they're doing the training exercise, they will have to take all the stuff out of this and arrange that around the cabin to provide maximum radiation shielding, and then 2 of them can squeeze into each of these, pretty much with their legs held up right against their chests. They can sit in there for 24 hours. They've brought some food with them. They'll have probably brought something to read and, doubt sing some songs and lament the fact that they can't really look out the window at the solar flares. And then finally, on the last day, they put their seats back together, they put their suits on, and they jettison the service module. I've deliberately jettisoned this a little closer to entry interface than they will do it in reality, mostly because I kind of want to show you both objects as they enter the atmosphere. This is Kerbal Space Program, by the way, but I've installed the Firefly mod, which adds all sorts of really cool re-entry effects, and we're going to have an unprotected, service module with its highly delicate solar panels plowing through the atmosphere at extraordinarily high speeds. It's going to get really hot, and the biggest question we have is whether that heat shield will work, or rather how much damage that heat shield will account. And there are former NASA astronauts who understand heat shields who say that this is not the sure thing that NASA would like you to think.
What I'm saying.
Now,
yeah.
Engineers and scientists from NASA and Lockheed have looked at this for the past few years, and they believe that it has the right stuff to get the crew back through the atmosphere. The entry is going to involve something of a skip, so that's the idea where they come down and they use the aerodynamic lift of the capsule to control its descent rate and lift it up to a higher portion of the atmosphere. It's modified from the previous flight, which had a very high skip, but they think this one will be better and less likely to cause the spallation issues seen on the previous flight. So this return trajectory has been designed and timed so that when the re-entry begins, it is over the Pacific, and it will carry them eastwards towards California. Eventually, the landing site will be just west of San Diego. There's a fairly large region where they can pick them up. There's going to be ships waiting. There is a small ship that will come up and attach a dock to it, and the crew will be able to get out onto that, and then the entire capsule will be taken and picked up by a large recovery ship, and hopefully everyone will have a great story to tell. And unfortunately, when I was starting to make this, I was looking at a potential launch this weekend, but now it's looking like a launch possibly in March. They had some problems during the wet dress rehearsal. Hydrogen just decided that it wanted to leak out, because that's what hydrogen does. You can always blame these problems on hydrogen, but if you want the highest specific impulse rocket fuel, then pretty much that's what you're working with. So here's hoping that March works out, and here's hoping that I get to see it with my own eyes. I'm Scott Manley. Fly safe.
And that was Scott Manley with his video explaining Artemis through Kerbal Space Program. Dude called the toilet situation 2 months early. I love Scott Manley. Hell yeah, I'm doing the same. I need to get some wine this week, or something nice to drink for celebrating Splashdown. Yeah. Yeah, that was wild. Today was an unbelievable day. Unbelievable. looking at stuff. Because we are starting to wrap up, I think. I don't think I've got the energy to play games today. I'm not really surprised though. It's been pretty heavy couple of days here. Still here, just working. Hell yeah, bigly.
Houston, integrity for AGA.
Go ahead for AGA, Christina.
Hey, Tess, we've got CO2 2.8, O2 27.0, 76.3 degrees, and 10.5 PSIA.
We copy all. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. Good night.
Have a wonderful night, and just for your awareness, we are still standing by for your go to resume the wastewater dump when you guys are ready.
Yes, absolutely. The good night was probably a little early. Usually when we say good night to Houston, we call about 5 more times. That's our pattern.
I just feel like I am contributing to that trend. So, all right, we'll stand by for the next good night.
Okay, good night, Tess. We'll talk to you soon.
Good night, Reed.
That really is like me, yeah. I made tea so long ago. I gotta go get it. Yeah, we're wrapping up the day. We're letting the crew get prepared for bed. We're gonna probably stay on for a little while after they go to bed, and then we're gonna wrap up and raid out. Yeah, my hat just fell off. I don't even know how that even happened. The ghost stole my hat, buddy. Yeah, we're gonna continue covering it for a little while longer. I need to get some new hats. Maybe a new Broncos hat soon. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go take care of my tea situation. Here's Artemis, everyone, and here's a song for us to wrap up with. Let's play a couple songs while I go take care of this.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew currently going into their pre-sleep and sleep period. They just did have a call down there as they are preparing for an upcoming wastewater dump. But in the meantime, I have Marie Henderson, Artemis 2 Deputy Lunar Science Lead, joining me on console for a few minutes. Hey, Marie, how are you?
Very good. Thanks for having me.
It's a pleasure. And
I'll mute it and I'll keep it up for keep the captions up. How about that while we play music? So if people want to see what's going on, the captions are still up. But we're going to play a song or two while we do this. What content does this stream normally have? I'm a variety streamer. I cover basically, I cover everything. I do basically anything that comes to mind. Though I usually do news and politics and weather. Those are my main things. Some gaming, general vibes, just chatting stuff, music. Welcome in. Good to see you, Respective Orange. I'm gonna go and grab some tea, and I'm gonna And we're going to continue covering Artemis 2. Thanks for being here, everyone. The crew is in their pre-sleep phase, getting ready for bed tonight after one of the wildest and one of the most unbelievable days of space science I have ever seen in my life. This was unbelievable. Today was just mind-blowing. We had the lunar flyby. We had incredible descriptions over the communication system of the lunar surface from the crew. We lost contact with them while they were going behind the moon for a bit to or that while they were behind the moon, they lost contact with Earth because the moon cut their communication off from. They cut the communication off. God, I've been streaming 8 days in a row. My bad. We've been really hammering out the streams for oh, 1 sec. They're talking.
Trash bags and some other dry trash
I'll be right back.
packaging stuff. That was the last location y'all gave us. We then emptied bag 8 of D by deploying all of the nitrile gloves in there. I'm seeing 3 packs of 30 and 1 pack of compaction plates into the toilet.
That is perfect. That is the next action we would have given you. So, bravo.
All right, mind meld. Thank you and good night.
Good night. Talk to you in a minute.
And we just heard some communication there between NASA astronaut Christina Cook.
Exactly.
Currently on board the Orion spacecraft. Again, they are in their pre-sleep period, preparing to go to sleep, but they are being a chatty bunch this evening, and they were just calling down about some stowage. There is actually a position here in Mission Control, the IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Officer, that tracks where everything is and where everything is stored on board the Orion spacecraft. Again, I am here with Marie Henderson, Artemis 2 Deputy Lunar Science Lead. We were just talking about some of the moments from the flyby, so can you tell us a little bit about what some of the biggest moments are that stood out to you during the flyby?
Yeah, I think that first time we started to hear their descriptions of colors coming down was one of those things that we have been talking about, training them on. We know it's one of those things that the human eye is uniquely capable of picking up. And so that is one of those things we really were excited about. But just listening to that eclipse, watching the video of the eclipse, and then also hearing the words that they saw some impact flashes, it was just... it was a dream, and we have so much work to do, and we're very excited about it.
So the crew following the flyby was in the process of downlinking and beginning to downlink some of that data and the imagery, but now that the lunar flyby is complete, what comes next for you and your team?
So we actually, the members of our SIR team, most of them have gone home, but we had another shift of scientists come on. They are in our Science Mission Operations Room, the deliciously named S'more. So they are working right now, and so they are waiting for that data to come down and start processing it. And so by that, we are going to inventory all the images, all the audio files that we got, and they're going to get that organized and start putting the first scientific analysis on that data.
It'll be exciting, and we're so excited to see some of those images, and of course we'll share those with the world once we are able to and once we have those. And tomorrow on flight day 7, you will have the post-lunar flyby conference with the crew. What insights do you hope to gain from that opportunity as well?
Yeah, we're really excited about this post-flyby crew conference tomorrow because we've only done one part of our data collection. And so we have heard from them during the flyby just through over the air. But the other 2 members who were at the windows, they were collecting recordings on their personal computers and also taking those images. So we have a lot of observations to listen through. And then it's then tomorrow we'll actually get to ask more questions. And so as you heard today on the during the flyby, they were really excited when they got the chance to talk to each other, talk through those discussions. And they said every time they actually took a moment to talk to each other, they were talking science and learned more from each other, and they had a different, unique perspective. We as scientists want more of that. And so we have this chance tomorrow to talk to them during the crew conference. And it's almost like when you're on vacation and you want to journal and write down everything that happened before you take the long flight home and have to go back to work. That is the same concept here. Is they had this amazing lunar flyby, and they have a lot of work left to do to get home. And so we want to hear more about it and get the chance to ask them some questions based on the data they have collected.
And I can just hear the excitement in your voice, and you keep smiling as you talk. So I can really tell that it was an exciting day for you, and there's just so much more ahead from this opportunity. But from your perspective, what excites you the most about the scientific opportunities that Artemis 2 opens for future missions?
This is just the beginning. This is the beginning of our science in Artemis, and we know that every single mission going forward will give us the opportunity to learn more.
I thought I had teammate, but I
did. Open hypotheses on the moon, and I'm really excited that maybe we get a little closer to closing some of them today.
Well, thank you so much, Marie, for joining us, and it was a pleasure to watch your team in action during the lunar flyby, and we can't wait to see what scientific insights y'all deliver for us the rest of the mission. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Music? That was Spacewalk by Lemon Jelly off of their 2002 album Lost Horizons. That was they are one of my all-time favorite I guess you call them electronic groups. I don't really know how you categorize Lemon Jelly really. They created a lot of the Sims 2 soundtrack actually. Fun fact about them. That song sampled a bunch of different missions, but the part where he says "beautiful" is actually from the 1965 Gemini 4 mission. Fun fact.
Okay, I'm coming over.
At least we think it is. It's still never been fully confirmed. What to tell you? And things were looking like a movie. She had a pleasant elevation. She's moving out in all directions. Oh, oh, oh. The world was moving, she was right there with it. of it, and she was joining the world of missing persons, and she was missing enough to feel alright, and she was. 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 Oh god, that was trash. Anyway. That was And She Was by Talking Heads. Oh my god. I'm behind on stuff. There's been requests and stuff. I gotta find all that. Oh my god. I have it all filed. I've got so many fucking tabs up right now. Horrendous amounts of tabs happening in front of my face right now. I gotta find some stuff. One sec. I'm gonna play some tracks first. Yeah, I'm not gonna do much more than just Artemis today, honestly. Yeah, like, do the cat litter. My cat is circling the laundry pile ominously. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed pretty soon. Won't be long. We'll get confirmation that the crew has gone into their sleep period, which is in 45 minutes. We'll hang out for about 30 minutes after to make sure that everything is chill. And then we're going to wrap up. So I think we'll probably raid out at, I think 3:30 or 4 a.m. I think probably 4, I'm thinking. Gives us enough time to completely, well, maybe 3:30 will be fine. I don't know how much I can really say about what we saw today. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna need to sleep on that. I need to process a lot of things from today. Truly. Hell yeah. Thank you. Oh my god. YouTube, please. Thank you, Old Al Hooten. I wish YouTube wasn't so broken. I miss when YouTube was functional.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 7 hours, and 15 minutes and counting into the Artemis 2 mission, following a launch on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are currently rounding out Flight Day 6. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft, named Integrity, is preparing to enter their sleep period in about 15 minutes. This will be an 8.5-hour block of sleep, and then they will begin flight day 7. Flight day 7 is expected to be a relatively light day for the crew. They will have a post-lunar flyby crew conference with the science team here on the ground towards the beginning part of their day. There will then be the opportunity for a return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-1 burn, should it be needed to fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back home to Earth. And then for the most part, the second half of their day will be relatively empty, allowing the crew to rest and do any sort of activities of their choosing. Today, the crew spent most of their time in a lunar flyby observation period during which they captured imagery. They also captured voice recordings and made annotations of what they were seeing on the moon to provide to science teams here in Mission Control. Those science teams beginning to receive some of those downlinked assets, and they'll continue to receive some of that imagery throughout the night. And the science team will begin evaluating some of that in preparation for that science post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live look of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the 4 solar array wings on the Orion spacecraft. Each of those wings has a camera, and from this view you can see some of those thrusters at the bottom of the service module. Those thrusters would be used in that return trajectory correction burn 1 tomorrow should it be needed. Now you're seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track-Artemis. This provides updates on the velocity and distance of the Orion spacecraft and its crew from the Earth and Moon throughout its journey around the Moon and back home to Earth. Now that the lunar flyby and the lunar close approach has been completed, the distance between the Orion spacecraft and the Moon will continue to increase, so they're now about 16,000 miles away from the Moon, and that distance separating the crew and the home planet of Earth will continue to decrease all the way up until a splashdown, which is targeted on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown is predicted to take place in about 3 days, 17 hours, and 59 minutes. And again, should that return trajectory correction 1 burn be needed tomorrow, that would take place in about 18 hours and 9 minutes from now.
Enhancer for YouTube. Oh yeah, I did install that one. The one that Old Al Hooten was talking about. Looks like it's more widely used and better rated than the one I use. Thanks for the heads up. Oh, interesting. I'll look into both of them.
Good afternoon, Hal.
Good afternoon, Mr. Amer. Everything is going extremely well.
Gotcha, Bigley. We'll see ya.
The 9000 series is the most reliable computer ever made.
Oh, damn. I am starting to fall apart.
Foolproof and incapable of error.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Hell yeah, Cookie McMuffins.
Hal,
honestly think you ought to sit down calmly, take a stress pill, and think things over.
There you go, Daisy. Let's go. You got the NASA badge too. Let's go.
My mind is going. I can feel it. My mind is Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am a HAL 9000. My instructor was Mr. Langley, and he taught me to sing a song. If you'd like to hear it, I can sing it for you.
Hell yeah. Of course, YouTube isn't letting me pause stuff. How do you get that? Oh, whenever NASA is streaming while Artemis is going on, if you're there for an hour, you can unlock the badge. They'll be streaming again. We were passing around the link earlier today. So yeah, whenever they do it again, we'll try to pass it to you. Yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to play the new Ryan Hall video because he released a video about 3 hours ago called A Dangerous Pattern is Developing This Week. Now, I don't know. We'll take a look. It does kind of look like there might be a bit of a interesting weather situation developing. So we'll take a look at it. Should be asleep. I really should be too, honestly. But yeah, Artemis has been keeping me up quite a bit. We'll be wrapping up here pretty soon, and yeah. But I hope you get some sleep soon, Daisy. Hell yeah. Here we go, everyone. Space things really are amazing. I knew I would be missing out on a ton of sleep during this.
It's Monday, April 6th, 2026. It's the 96th day of the year, and we have a packed week ahead. We're tracking a massive system that could fuel a multi-day severe weather outbreak across Texas and Oklahoma this weekend, with the potential for significant tornadoes and damaging winds. So let's jump right into it. We're going to start off by tracking a sneaky, intense snow band setting up right now over the Midwest. This hyper-localized system is targeting eastern Nebraska and southern Iowa late tonight into Tuesday morning. Thanks to a deep layer of moisture and strong frontogenesis, this band is going to squeeze out snowfall rates of over an inch per hour. You can see those dark blues really bubbling up tonight into tomorrow morning. I think that a lot of the heaviest stuff's going to be south of Des Moines and of course north of Kansas City, but right there on the border between Missouri and Iowa, we're going to have some pretty interesting stuff tonight. We are expecting a very quick 2 to 4 inches with isolated spots getting up to 6 inches of snow, and it is going to fall fast enough to overcome the warm spring ground and completely cover the interstates. If you are commuting through Omaha or down towards Quincy tomorrow morning, you got to leave early and take it extremely slow. It might not be a sprawling historic blizzard, but an inch an hour of wet snow is going to be a pretty big deal. And whoever gets 4 inches of snow or more is going to be pretty surprised by this if they, weren't paying attention to the forecast. Now, down in the southeast, a stalled frontal boundary is creating two completely different but equally dangerous weather hazards. Over the Florida peninsula, this front is acting like a sponge, pulling in deep tropical moisture and triggering multiple rounds of torrential thunderstorms and rainfall through the midweek. We're expecting anywhere from 2 to 5 inches of rain along the eastern side of Florida, which means urban areas could see rapid flash flooding that stalls cars and blocks major intersections. You guys know about these gully washers down here in Florida. That's what we're talking about. So if you're flying into Orlando or Miami over the next couple of days, brace for significant delays and potentially even ground stops as these heavy storms roll through. Meanwhile, just north of the heavy rain in south central Georgia, we're going to have dry northeasterly winds and low humidity. And that's actually going to prompt a brand new critical fire weather situation down here, especially south and east of Albany, north of Valdosta, up there towards Statesboro, maybe even Panama City and Tallahassee getting in on this fire weather situation. Any spark in south central Georgia tomorrow could easily cost someone their home. So absolutely no outdoor burning until those winds die down. It's going to be really windy. That's one of the things that's fueling the storms down there in Florida. But right across the Florida-Georgia line, those same winds are potentially going to spark fires. This is a pretty wild setup across the southeast. Now, by Wednesday evening, we're going to be moving up to the north and west, and we're going to be talking about a compact upper-level trough ejecting out of the Rockies, and that's going to pull severe weather back into the high plains. The Storm Prediction Center has issued a marginal risk of severe storms across Kansas and southern Nebraska. And it's all because we've got this cold air aloft, creating what we call steep mid-level lapse rates, which pretty much just means that the atmosphere is unstable enough to support strong, rapidly growing updrafts. These isolated storms could produce locally strong wind gusts capable of snapping tree branches and stuff like that, along with a couple places potentially getting in on some quarter-size hail, especially over there just to the west of Manhattan and Hutchinson in Kansas. I think most of this will happen to the north and west of Wichita. I don't think you guys have too much to worry about with this, and I think it'll die off before it gets to Kansas City. Now, cities like Dodge City in Kansas should be on alert Wednesday evening, though this remains a pretty lower-end threat. This is not a massive outbreak by any means, but it only takes one rogue supercell dropping quarter-sized hail to ruin your windshield. So park the car in the garage Wednesday night. Now, here's where things get interesting, okay? A brand new and much more significant severe weather setup just appeared on the models for Saturday. So we're going to have a major weather pattern shift setting the stage for a real deal severe weather outbreak across West Texas late Saturday afternoon, putting nearly 2 million people at risk. The Storm Prediction Center has now highlighted a 15% probability for severe weather covering Amarillo, Lubbock, and Midland. If you are in the Texas Panhandle or West Texas, you are in the bullseye, while areas further east like Dallas look to be in the clear for Saturday. And look at all these dew points, man. The Gulf is really going to open up, and it's going to send a bunch of moisture all the way up to Canada, really, but it's going to focus down there in West Texas up into Oklahoma because we're going to have mid-level southwesterly flow, and that's going to rapidly strengthen over the region heading into the weekend. That's going to pull very deep Gulf moisture northward, and that moisture is going to violently collide with a dry line pushing in from the west. So this is going to be a classic dry line setup, and it's going to be an explosive environment for discrete supercells. The primary impacts that I'm concerned about right now are large destructive hail that can shatter windshields and damaging winds. Some of those winds could be strong enough to peel roofing off homes. But of course, with a setup like this, you always have to talk about the tornadoes, okay? And I think that we'll have more data on that in the coming days. Right now, it looks possible.
We are currently 5 days, 7 hours, and 29 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. And the crew recently entered their sleep period. That sleep period will last 8.5 hours. And once that sleep period concludes and the crew wakes up, it will officially mark the start of flight day 7 for the mission. Just a moment ago, you probably saw the Orion spacecraft on your screen as it completed a brief attitude maneuver, and now on your screen you can see a view of the Orion spacecraft with one of its solar array wings extended, and above that solar array wing is a view of a crescent Earth. Earth, of course, now the target for the return journey of the Orion spacecraft, with that splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th. The flight control position in mission control responsible for some of those attitude maneuvers is GNC, which is the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. That flight controller is responsible for managing the inertial measuring units, the global positioning system receivers, barometric altimeters, and the position, state, and attitude health of the Orion spacecraft. This console position is also responsible for commanding those attitude maneuvers. The equivalent to the GNC position in the International Space Station Flight Control Room just down the hall is known as ADCO. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They are being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control for Orbit 2 is Tess Caswell.
We are going to rate out at 4 a.m. That will be the end of our stream today.
And there on your screen on the right-hand side, you can see that Flight Director console and that Capcom console next to each other. The team here in Mission Control is staffed 24/7 throughout the duration of the Artemis 2 mission. The team rotates through 3 shifts a day, known as orbits. So currently the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is on console, and the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will be coming on console to complete a shift handover in about 2 hours from now.
Integrity Houston with a potential last good night before we go into a very long forward link LOS.
Go ahead.
Hey, sorry to bug you again, but the team here is looking to resume venting before we go into this long LOS. We did want to make sure that you guys know the team here has decided that there is no constraint to fecal use of toilet during vent ops. So we would like to resume the vent if you're okay with that, knowing that you can continue to use toilet for fecal purposes while we do so.
Resume the vent.
And there was much rejoicing. Hey, we also got a sneak peek at y'all's imagery. It's absolutely stunning. We are all completely in awe of the work that you did today. Thank you so much for bringing us on this journey with you. We hope you have sweet dreams of moon joy.
Thank you so much, Tess. And when you think about 10,000 pictures in a day, trying to download 10 for PAO is tough. So that's just a sampling. There's many more that look like them, and there's probably quite a few that look better than them. But that was the best we could do right there. So glad that they're appreciated. We certainly appreciated being up here in our observation post. Hey, one thing while I got you for tomorrow morning, I know we're trying to make it a light crew day, but if you could still give us our wake up on time at the beginning of post sleep, we would appreciate it so we can get our science going and get our morning about us.
We will make that happen for you. Have a wonderful night.
Good shit.
All right, good night until I call you in 5 minutes. See ya.
It's too far out to tell, but we also have to talk about the drought interaction here, as this region is currently suffering from an exceptional drought. And don't get me wrong, the rain is desperately needed over here, but the drought hardened ground is going to repel water, meaning that these torrential downpours that we're certainly going to see, whether we see tornadoes or not, they could quickly lead to dangerous flash flooding. So if you have outdoor plans anywhere near Midland or Lubbock, this
some final communication for the evening there from the Orion Commander Reed Wiseman and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, Tess Caswell, who you can see there in the center portion of the right block of your screen. They were discussing an upcoming wastewater dump as part of the Universal Waste Management System, aka the space toilet on board the Orion spacecraft. They conduct periodic wastewater dumps where they vent the wastewater overboard. The crew also referring to some of their upcoming activities during Flight Day 7, which will begin at the start of crew wake. They mentioned to the ground team here that they wanted to be woken up on time tomorrow morning. Throughout the duration of the mission, the crew has been woken up by wake-up music, which was selected by the crew ahead of the mission. And that tradition dates back to some of the Apollo-era missions. And then tomorrow during Flight Day 7, it will be a relatively light day for the crew. A good portion of the day will be spent in an off-duty day, but at the beginning of the crew day, they will have that post-flyby conference with the science team here in Mission Control to discuss some of their lunar observations that were made during the flyby. The mission control position here, responsible for some of those wastewater dumps that have been referenced throughout the mission, is ECOM, which stands for the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager. They are responsible for the internal thermal control systems, the air and water supply and purification systems, and they also manage emergency response. The equivalent flight control position in the International Space Station flight control room just down the hallway is known as Ethos.
Yeah, my bad. I was muted. We are 16,868 miles from the moon. We are 733 miles from Earth. And 1,078 miles per hour is our velocity. Welcome, everyone. If you're just joining us, we are about 20 minutes left of the pre-sleep period before they go to bed for the night. Yep, they're quickly moving their way back. They're on their way back. Huge day today. Feels good to kind of have some quiet comms after such a long day. Huge day. A bit of silence. To process everything. I can't stop replaying in my mind their descriptions of what they were seeing on the moon during the observation period before they went behind the moon. That was unbelievable. And then the eclipse was just amazing. And I cannot wait to actually get like the actual footage from that. Because we got pretty good imagery. It was just like, gosh, compared to what we're going to see, I'm sure it's going to be it's going to not even compare. Crew will be going to sleep in 15 minutes. Yeah, the eclipse was really cool. Yeah. Absolutely. Gonna have a snack, a granola bar real quick. One sec, everyone. Here is Artemis for a bit. I'm still gonna be here, though. It's wild, buddy. Wild shit. Yeah, let's find a video. I think we've had enough quiet reflection. What do we got? See this. Onboard camera view during launch.
Great call out. The rocket is on its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched.
This was Smoke Puppy's view.
Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Houston, now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AMT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beacon. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour. Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute.
Separation coming up.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
Have you the same?
Communication signal transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour. Minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down.
Separation.
Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation. Minutes into the flight. Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Nice.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy, jettison. Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison now working on internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight Dynamics Officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff confirmed at 8
Launch
minutes
Complex 39B in Cape Canaveral, Florida, where they launched the Apollo missions from. Yo, CD Unk, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. It's wonderful to see you. We're rewatching the launch, the onboard camera from the launch.
seconds, time of MECO.
Your separation.
One minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2-minute 9-second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engines throttling up, guidance converged.
Integrity, guidance converged, performance nominal, upper stage RCS ready.
Copy all, Stan.
Integrity, SM priming complete.
SM priming complete.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation.
Trying to make it all about him while he's trying to defund it. Yeah. Trump.
3 minutes into the flight. Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
I've never seen the movie The Right Stuff, no.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
Houston integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Copy, jettison. Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on Tidris at the Carmen line.
Outstanding, Stan. We have you the same.
3 minutes 50 seconds into the flight of Artemis 2, Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen.
Nice.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
This was incredible. This footage was unbelievable. Yeah, I've not seen Apollo 13 either.
This is Artemis Mission Control.
I've watched like 15, 20 movies in my entire life.
Now seeing a live look of the Orion spacecraft. We lost that view momentarily as it went through a data rate
Maybe
change.
30. That's my
And
guess.
We are also expecting a forward link loss of signal.
That's not
in
an
about 13
exaggeration
minutes,
either.
Which will mean that The crew
There's
can
got to be
call
some great
down if
movies
they
out
want,
there.
even though they are in a sleep period at this point. But the team here in Mission Control Houston won't be able to call up to the crew during that loss of signal.
I do want to get to a lot of them, but
We are currently 5 days, 7 hours, and 56 minutes into the Artemis
my problem
2
is I just don't
mission.
have a good attention span
The
at
view
all.
there on your screen coming from the solar array wing cameras. And you can see
I
a
get-
view of the crescent Earth above
I get
one
about
of those
30 minutes into a movie, and then I'm staring at the walls. I'm like kind of I'm reading, like I'm getting into things. I wish I could watch movies, but I just can't sit down long enough for it.
Flight control position here in Mission Control.
Movies that I watched growing up are all right, but anything outside of that, I can't really handle it because I don't know why.
Instrumentation and communications
I wish I
officer,
could.
and they manage the
I'm trying my
communications
best.
systems of the Orion spacecraft, including
I have too much
phasers,
ADHD, I
antennas,
think, is what it is.
baseband signal
I
processors,
can't
and
sit still.
audio systems, and the equivalent
Unless I'm
position
extremely
of the International Space
hyper-focused
Station
on
flight
something,
control room
yeah.
on the hallway is known as Cronus.
There's some good movies. Was Mosquito Island one of them?
The crew on board
I'm not real
the
sure.
Orion spacecraft entered
You love
their
space, I
sleep
recommend the
period
right
about
stuff.
20 minutes
Gotcha.
ago. They will remain in the sleep period for about 8.5 hours total. And this is rounding out flight day 6. The crew spent the majority of their
We're
day-to-day
in
on flight
sleep
day
period
6
now.
making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the Lunar Flyby, during which Orion and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. And from this higher vantage point, the crew was able to observe both poles and large-scale geological features in a single view. And the Artemis 2 crew also became the first humans to directly
wish I could
observe
watch
certain
movies,
far-side
though.
regions of the moon with unaided eyes. During the flyby, the crew also surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record and reached the farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles, which was 4,112 miles farther than Apollo 13. A couple minutes prior to that farthest distance, Orion made its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles.
Oh, goodness. So we are going to end stream at 4 a.m. Eastern Time, which is in about an hour and a half. Just want to give a heads up out there.
At this point in the Artemis 2 mission, rounding out flight day 6, the crew and the teams on the ground have begun or completed 23 of the 27 high priority objectives for the mission, which have already provided tremendous insight into the operation of the Orion spacecraft and also provided critical information to teams as we prepare for future Artemis missions.
My area's a bit of a mess since Artemis began. Damn. I've kind of trashed my zone a little bit. It'll be nice to clean it all up when I'm done. Yeah, I gotta get this all cleaned up. Not that bad, it's just... empty snack boxes and just everything laying out right now because I don't want to put it away because I don't want to have to get up and go deal with it during a miss something huge or something. I'm packed in over here with all my stuff, buddy. That trash bag does need to go out, though. Artemis is the name of one of the main missions in No Man's Sky? Really? That's cool. And the main NPC in that mission quest line? Yo, hell yeah. Artemis is a cool name for all this. I like the name Artemis for it. Apollo was cool, but I think Artemis is really neat. Name-wise. Yeah, the Sailor Moon kitty. Someone did catch, by the way, I saw this on Reddit, but someone did catch one of the mission control people wearing a Sailor Moon lanyard, by the way. So yes, it is a thing. I saw it on Reddit about 4 hours ago. I forgot to say something about it. We were in busy mode. I think I was right before Trump spoke, yeah. So, yep, it's a real thing. Oh, that was fun. I don't know if they did it because they're an actual fan of Sailor Moon or if they found out about the character and they're like, oh, okay, I'm going to do that, you know. But, hey, you know. Still cool. Oop. Looking out ahead to the rest of the week on stream. All Artemis. Oops, all Artemis. Thursday will be a bit of a spotty day for stream. I will be a little busy. I'm going with my friend to see Stavros do a stand-up show downtown. That'll be really fun. But I won't be streaming a lot on Thursday. I will be, but I just won't be streaming a lot. That's the plan right now, though.
This is Artemis Mission Control. A couple moments ago, we saw the Orion spacecraft as it completed a
I plan on
small
streaming
attitude
before
maneuver.
I leave
These
and after I
attitude
leave.
maneuvers are managed
Or after
by
I come
the
back, rather.
GNC position here in Mission Control, which stands for the Guidance, Navigation, and Control Officer. They're responsible for commanding those attitude maneuvers.
Yeah, all week, Artemis.
And during that maneuver, you could also get a good look at some of the solar array wings as they were positioning. There are 4 solar array wings, which are sometimes referred to as SOIs, on the service module of the Orion spacecraft. And each of those solar array wings is made of 3 panels, and each of those panels is approximately 6.5 by 6.5. And the total length of each solar array wing is nearly 23 feet, which is about 7 meters long.
I might suspend BT weather for the week, by the way. And what I might do is I might just, if we have to, I'll just I'll just pop into Ryan Hall and bring them up on stream. This week might be kind of scrapped for BT weather, though. I mean, there's just too much going on with Artemis, and this is a one-shot opportunity. We can't miss this. So I think BT weather will probably be put on hiatus just for the rest of the week, and then we'll bring it back on April 11th, which is on Saturday. So Not really a hiatus, I guess, is it? More like closed for a couple days. But there you go. That'll be all right. I'll try to keep the website and the scissor levels coming out. You know, I need to post one right now, actually. I gotta do it all over here because I gotta. There we go. Where'd that go now? I turned off. I made it to where the taskbar only comes up on one monitor for Red Dead Redemption 2 because that's annoying to deal with, and I'm too lazy to switch it back and forth every time I play the game, so I've had it off, and it's made kind of navigating things a little bit more difficult. I should probably just suck it up and just do it. Gosh, I'm thinking probably just issue a level 2 tomorrow. Nothing really. I'm level 2 because it looks like there's going to be potential hail. Large hail. That's really about it, though. It's not even saying there's going to be, like, major winds or anything. But I'll probably level 2 it just for the hail, though. Pivotal weather's not even going to show me anything. There's nothing. Nothing's going to happen. Level 2 it. The scissor system is going to be updated on the 1st. So it'll be a little bit easier to follow, and it'll be actually a little bit more accurate too. More accurate and more specific. Jim Lovell did pass away very recently, yeah. It does suck. That does really suck. Like 8 months ago, yeah. Yeah, I need to update the website now. Fred Hayes is still alive? Yeah, I think, yeah. I forgot about that. For a while, I just assumed that they had all passed, but yeah, I think I recently saw an interview with him, actually. Yeah, it is crazy to think how long they lived when, in all reality, that wasn't really guaranteed because there was a lot of questions still around the time. Yo, Hyperspace, good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. The crew is asleep. We're wrapping up the day, but damn, it has been an incredible day of this stuff. We had the flyby. They got an incredible imagery. There was a eclipse. The first eclipse witnessed by humans off of Earth. That's never happened before. We beat the Artemis distance record from the Earth, or the Apollo distance record from the Earth, rather. And yeah, today was absolutely historic in just about any way, like every conceivable way. Been wild. Been absolutely wild today. Oh, we're still watching the capsule for just a little while longer after the crew signed off for the night. Just keeping an eye on everything. Making sure everything's chill. No expectation for it to be for there to be anything going on. It's just we're just vibing more than anything. The view is incredible. Smoke Puppy's enjoying it. Everybody's on their way back right now. We are currently on a trajectory back towards Earth at the moment. So we're on the return mission now. Everything went so fast. Truly. It was so fast. Tina was right about that. Hmm. Yeah, it'll be wild, D'Lo. Really will be wild. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go stand up and stretch a little bit, and when I get back, we're probably gonna start figuring out how to wrap today's stream up. I don't even really know how to do that today. Gotta be honest. Pretty speechless. That was probably one of the greatest streams I've ever done. Just from what we were witnessing. Yeah, I mean, it absolutely was the best stream I think we've ever had here. Absolutely. I don't think there's any way to beat that. I don't know how to beat that. I don't know if it's possible. Landing, I guess, in 3 years? Even then, we won't get a fucking, clip, so I was like, god damn. And just like 1,000 records being set, but yeah. I don't even know. Maybe. Who knows? Happen. God, buddy. I heard these astronauts are doing communism up there. All right. I'm back. I feel a lot better after standing up. Yeah, we're going to wrap up for the next hour or so. Just vibe a little bit. Think about what we've been through today. We love space communism. We do. Oh, God, I'm spilling, buddy. Spilly. God damn it, buddy. The cotton rounds worked. Well, that was the dog outside. I thought that was coming through the Artemis stream, but it was just a dog barking next door. I was like, what the fuck just happened? It didn't sound like a dog bark at first. I was like, Yeah, they got to name some craters. That was a whole emotional thing. That one broke me. Yeah, that was a pretty heavy moment. Wow. We still got so much more of this mission left, though. We got 4 more days. We land on Friday. So we're more than halfway through, everyone. So let's take it in and let's enjoy it for the next couple of days here, because we got a couple of years, or a year or 3 left before we do the next one. And I'm going to do everything I can in my power to report from Cape Canaveral, Florida, when it went on Artemis 3. That is the plan right now. I plan on going to Cape Canaveral for the launch. Maybe doing coverage from Cape Canaveral for a day or 2. Really, really trying to move mountains to make that happen. And I'm already in the process of figuring it out, and it's probably 3 years out from now. The Artemis arc is probably going to be the longest arc that this channel will ever have, probably. Because I'm already, what, 6-8 months into it, and we're still 3 years out from it ending. Maybe even more than that. We celebrate 2 years of full-time streaming on April 29th. So, that's coming up, everyone. That'll be really, really important milestone on the channel. We'll have a very special stream for it.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 8 hours, and 23 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. Today on flight day 6, the crew spent the majority of their day making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the lunar flyby activities, during which Orion and its crew passed approximately 4,000 to 6,000 miles from the moon and provided the crew with a full disk view of the lunar surface. Also during the lunar flyby, the crew surpassed the Apollo 13 distance record, reached the farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles, which was 4,112 miles farther than that of Apollo 13. A couple of minutes prior to that farthest distance, Orion made its closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles. At the end of the lunar flyby period, the crew was also able to see an eclipse with the sun hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon from the perspective of Orion and its crew. And the crew's observations during this flyby, along with handheld photography and images from the Orion spacecraft, will form the basis for scientific investigations into the moon's geological history,
welcome
the
in.
lunar
Good to
environment,
see
and
ya.
current processes such as new impacts. Following the flyby, the crew began downlinking imagery and data from the flyby to teams on the ground, and then participated in a couple of public affairs events with President Donald Trump and NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman. The crew recently entered their sleep period just under an hour ago to wrap up flight day 6. And with that, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from the day.
Gotta be honest, I'm not real sure yet, respective Orange. It's stuff I've been kind of thinking through for the last couple of years and still not really sure of yet.
Mark, I think one of the most interesting things right now is the four of us have looked at this moon our entire
But I
lives,
am
and
not
the way we are responding to what we are seeing
I
out the
am
window
not currently trans.
It's just
I
like
don't
we're a
think.
bunch of little kids up here. Just we cannot get enough of this. It's amazing.
That's where I
Thank you for the
am
privilege.
at least. I think. I don't know yet though.
Thank you for sharing that special perspective you have with all of us.
Thank you.
back
I
here.
appreciate it, respective Orange. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We recently received
3
confirmation
a.m.
that the Orion spacecraft and its crew have officially entered the lunar sphere of influence.
Ooh,
That
let's
milestone
go,
taking place
ants.
at a mission elapsed time of 4 days, 6 hours.
We're about to get
2
a
minutes and 54 seconds into
we're about
the
to get a
Artemis 2
full
mission.
rundown of what happened today, and today was
By reaching this milestone, it means that the gravitational
unbelievably
forces
mind-blowing.
of the moon
I can't even put it
are
into
now
words.
greater
Today
on
was
the Orion
ridiculous.
spacecraft than that of Earth.
We're watching the rundown of what happened today. Here we go. Crew wake up. I woke up to this, by the way.
Hello, Artemis 2. This is Apollo astronaut Jim Lovell. Welcome to my old neighborhood. When Frank Borman and Bill Andrews and I orbited the moon on
It was
Apollo
cool.
8, we got humanity's first up-close look at the moon and got a view of the home planet that inspired and united people around the world. I'm proud to pass that torch on to you as you swing around the moon and lay the groundwork for missions to Mars for the benefit of all. It's a historic day, and I know how busy you'll be, but don't forget to enjoy the view. So, Reed, and Victor, and Christina, and Jeremy, and all the great teams supporting you, good luck and Godspeed from all of us here on the good earth.
Good morning, Houston. Integrity on 1. That was an awesome message from Jim Lovell, and very cool to hear him welcome us to the neighborhood. It's going to be a great day. Thank you.
Good morning, Houston, from inside Integrity, 215,049 miles away from Earth and 12,712 miles from the moon. Let's actually savor the calm delay that we have. We're ready for the morning DPC.
Beautiful. We are savoring it down here. Good morning, Integrity, and good morning, Moon. Our room is buzzing with moon joy today, and I imagine yours is too.
We are ready to go. We are looking forward to working with and for the science team.
Here we go.
And we are just excited to be so close to finally accomplishing what we've been training for so many years. And also, we want to say thank you for that really special message from Jim Lovell. We have a pretty neat emblem up here. We have a patch that was flown on the Apollo 8 mission. And that patch is here on the Artemis 2 mission as well. And that was sent to us by the Lovell family, by Jim Lovell's son. And so that was a really special way to start the day. And he said to welcome us to the neighborhood, and it's great to be in this neighborhood, and we look forward to sharing this neighborhood with you all.
We can't wait. We see the patch, and it's looking beautiful. Thank you.
When this showed up in our office from his family, we were completely honored, and the Earthrise, which this crew is responsible for taking that photo, has been instrumental both to our crew as our ethos and values, but also just personally to myself. I had the photo up in my room as a kid, and it was part of what inspired me to keep working hard to achieve things I dreamed about. Also, we took a deep dive into the cockpit recordings around the time that picture was taken, and it turns out there was a lot of hubbub, kind of I wouldn't say fighting over cameras, but definitely everyone wanted to capture the shot, so we're happy to carry on that legacy because we often are all glued to windows and looking for cameras too.
And I'll just close. I know it looks like a piece of paper in the camera there, but that is actually the original Apollo 8 patch printed on silk that they had done before they launched, and they flew that with them on their journey around the moon, and then the family handed it over to us, as I said, and it's just a real honor to have that on board with us. Let's go have a great day.
Right now, the Artemis 2 crew and Mission Control are preparing to support today's lunar flyby, the first time we've sent humans around the moon in over 50 years.
I'm going to double check my notes while they
You can use
do
the
this.
OEs and your HHP camera for the milestone words at the Apollo 13 record distance.
You'll notice that we pause every time we hear communications to and from the crew. They are the stars for today. This afternoon, the crew will have their closest approach of the moon and will surpass the record. That record just mentioned of the furthest humans have ever flown, set by the Apollo 13 astronauts in 1970. As you can see, the crew members have dimmed the cabin lights inside Orion.
This is when the observation period
Dimming the lights
begins.
also helps prevent reflections from inside Orion onto the windows.
This is
Ahead
when
of
I
this
went
lunar
live.
Flyby, let's dive in and explain what
So
you
we're
can expect
back
over
to
the
where
next
I started
several
on
hours.
today's stream.
The crew has about 6 hours allotted to make observations about the moon. Throughout the flyby, their activities have been precisely timelined. There are five blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At any time, 2 members will be at the windows working in a pair.
It wasn't
One
it,
crew
Nader
member
Hunter?
will
That
be
was
taking photos from window 2
unbelievable.
with a blue
I
shroud
don't even
over
really
the
have
window.
words.
This can help prevent that glare or reflection from inside Orion. They have
Welcome in.
an 80 to 400
Hell
millimeter
yeah,
zoom
Ants, let's
lens
go.
to use. The other astronaut will be in window 3 using their portable computing device. You'll hear that referred to as PCD to make annotations. Both of these crew members will make audio recordings of what they are seeing, and they'll wear headsets connected to those PCDs. Those audio recordings will be sent to the science team at a later date. We will not hear them live. The 2 crew members at the windows will swap roles and positions halfway through their timelined block. The other 2 crew members who won't be at the windows at that time will be serving in the background as support. One will be conducting the science sit reps or situation reports. This is what we will hear live from the crew.
I don't know too much
They'll be
about
calling down
it, though.
a few times each hour to discuss what they are observing.
I don't know what the
Those
best
situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw, lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and of course their emotions and reactions as they fly by the moon.
The
Good
team
morning,
at the
crew.
shop
This is
redid
Science.
my
We
cable
couldn't be more
management.
excited for a full day of lunar and planetary observations today, the first one in over 54 years. How do you hear me?
This is when they're 27.5 minutes away from beating the Apollo record today.
Loud and clear, and Kelsey, you
For
just got to know
distance.
you're pulling us away from the moon right now, so let's go.
Message received. I will keep it tight here. I did just want to start with a thank you on behalf of the Lunar Science team and the entire lunar and planetary science community, of which you are absolutely a part, for what you've already done in this mission and what you're going to do today to inspire the next generation of scientists. I have to say Moon Joy is the new term that's already become our team's new motto, so thanks for that.
Oh, you're...
a reminder also
EJ
that
is your buddy? Oh, hell yeah,
so far indicate
Nader Hunter.
it will likely take some time for
I've
your
watched
eyes
their
to
streams a
adjust.
couple
We
times.
especially heard that around your Terminator observations and your color observations. So reminder to know that your eye adaptation is going to kind of come in throughout your shift, and let us know when you start to see that nuance. Last reminder is around Earthset and Earthrise. When you're viewing us back here at home, you'll be looking directly at Asia, Africa, and Oceania. So I'm sure people watching from those places here on Earth will want to give you all a wave as you take their picture.
And we're live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you heard Young mention, in this same building and just down the hall, a multidisciplinary lunar science team supports the Artemis II crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. There are 2 integrated facilities, and the first is the SIR, which is what you have right here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. They are embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today.
This was
Additionally,
12.5 hours ago.
We have the Science Mission Operations Room, a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis.
Integrity crew, we have Reed's family in the viewing gallery. You're welcome
I feel like we just fucking started. I feel like I literally just clicked live.
Well, whether you're being serious or you're kidding around, that is awesome to hear. Thanks, Jenny. And hello to
14 hours in the stream.
But it's great to know that you're in mission control right now, following along. We are having a blast up here, and the view of the moon is absolutely amazing.
I'm seeing a lot of hearts come out of the viewing gallery and even more smiles. Thanks, Reed.
Hell yeah, that was great.
Copy heart, copy bracelet. Integrity crew, on April 15th, 1970, during the Apollo 13 mission, 3 explorers set the record for the farthest distance humans have ever traveled from our home planet. At that time, over 55 years ago, Lovell, Swigert, and Hayes flew 248,655 statute miles away from Earth. Today, for all humanity, you're pushing beyond that frontier. Integrity, over to you.
Yeah, from the cabin of Integrity here, as we surpass the furthest distance humans have ever traveled from planet Earth, we do so in honoring the extraordinary efforts and feats of our predecessors in human space exploration. We will continue our journey even further into space before Mother Earth succeeds in pulling us back to everything that we hold dear. But we, most importantly, choose this moment to challenge this generation and the next to make sure this record is not long-lived. And we have a couple more things we'd like to take this moment for. Our science team helped us out with a couple of relatively fresh craters on the moon that have not
Big
been
love,
previously
Kinky
named.
McMuffins.
And our crew would like to propose a couple of potential names for
This
those
was a huge
items or
moment
those
here.
areas. And we spent a bit of time this morning looking out the window, and we're able to see them now both with our naked eye and through the long lens. And so we feel this is a good time to send this down, and a special shout out to Kelsey for helping us with this. The first one we'd like to suggest is a named crater in honor of our great spacecraft integrity. And so if you were to look at Oriental on the far side and then draw a line straight up to Ohm on the far side, relatively in the middle is an unnamed crater, and we would like to suggest it be called Integrity in the future. And the second one, and especially meaningful for this crew, is a number of years ago we started this journey in our close-knit astronaut family, and we lost a loved one. And there's a feature in a really neat place on the moon, and it is on the near side, far side boundary. In fact, it's just on the near side of that boundary. And so at certain times of the moon's transit around Earth, we will be able to see this from Earth. And so we lost a loved one. Her name was Carol, the spouse of Reed, the mother of Katie and Ellie. And if you want to find this one, you look at Glushko, and it's just to the northwest of that, at the same latitude as Ohm, and it's a bright spot on the moon. And we would like to call it Carol, and you spell that C-A-R-R-O-L-L.
Integrity and Carol Crater, loud and clear. Thank you.
There was a moment of silence here in Mission Control Houston. And now the team and the Artemis 2 crew are ready to begin their lunar flyby.
We just realized that we have Earth out window 1 and Moon out window 2, and Earth out window 4 and Moon out window 3, and it gives you the best idea of scale we have had yet. The Moon is about 3 to 4 times the size of the Earth, and it is almost full, and the Earth is just a small crescent out there. It's magnificent. I got a picture of it with the wide lens. Such a majestic view out here.
Amaze, amaze, amaze. Thank you, Reed.
Now, this is a view from their lunar targeting package at this time, helping them determine what they're seeing on the moon, as well as on the left, keep up with what their next target will be. As you can see, we have got a long list and an exciting day ahead of us.
Houston, another observation, whole moon. When you look at the moon, something I've never seen in photographs before, but is very apparent, all the really bright new craters. Some of them are super tiny. Most of them are pretty small. There's a couple that really stand out, obviously. And what it really looks like is like a lampshade with tiny pinprick holes and the light shining through. They are so bright compared to the rest of the moon.
school after just being in the 400 mil for the last half hour, looking up close. I got pictures of everything Ike was just describing on the Terminator. It really is a fascinating Terminator. And then Oriental just looks so dynamic right now. It's very three-dimensional out the docking hatch compared to what I was just looking at through the 400 mil.
We love it. We are getting a sneak preview from one of our SAW cameras at what you're looking at, and we see some of what you're describing. We cannot wait to see your photos. Thanks.
Yeah, Jenny, I wish you had some longer lenses on the solar array so you could see the whole moon, but man, it is, or the up-close moon, not the whole moon, but it is just fascinating here. It's so cool.
All right, MPO and INCO, take notes. We want a zoom lens on those saws next time. Thanks, Reed.
Affirmative.
At one point, towards the end of the images of my time in window 3, I just had an overwhelming sense of being moved by looking at the moon. It lasted just a second or two, and I actually couldn't even make it happen again. But something just drew me in suddenly to the lunar landscape, and it became real. And the truth is, the moon really is
yeah, that
its
got
own
me too.
body in the universe. It's not just a
Earlier
poster
on
in the
when it
sky that
happened.
goes by. It is a real place. And when we have that perspective and we compare it to our home of the Earth, it just reminds us how much we have in common. Everything we need, the Earth provides, and that in and of itself is somewhat of a miracle.
Science, integrity. First, I wanted to start off with connecting with what Christina said, that it was very moving to look out the window. I had the unfortunate sequence to start looking out the window and then moved to the long lens, and it was hard to speak looking through the zoom because I went straight where Christina went, and I was walking around down there on the surface, climbing and off-roading on that amazing terrain. I also want to underscore something that she said. As we continue to explore, when we actually do go down there to the surface, I know for safety reasons that we would never send someone alone, but I just want to really emphasize how important the discussion time was. When we started to talk, we not only got better science discussion, we got better human connection, and so doing this as a pair, we just learn and grow together, and that's just super important, so thank you for adding that to this plan.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS. From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire.
I think he does have a history.
Thank you.
From politics. He does have a career that did span politics too, didn't he?
And thank you to all of you for allowing us the immense privilege to be on this journey together. It's quite amazing. And as we go on this journey, thinking about the NASA mission to
that would be
explore
a
the unknown in air and space,
good reset.
to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And as you've gone along on this journey with us, hopefully we're doing just those things. And as we get close to the nearest point to the moon and farthest point from Earth, as we continue to unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, I would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on Earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are. And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And so, as we prepare to go out of radio communication, we're still to feel your love from Earth, and to all of you down there on Earth and around Earth, we love you from the moon.
Houston copies. We'll see you on the other side.
That'll be the new one
We
small
are now
step for
less
man
than 3 minutes
speech.
away from loss of signal with the Orion astronauts.
It really will be.
The Artemis 2 crew will be out of signal for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon, continuing their work photographing the lunar surface. And they will reemerge.
For a man, rather.
And we will also get this view on the other side. 30 seconds now until we expect loss of signal.
So you flew with Reed, Nader Hunter?
And
Damn.
we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft as it flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. And we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon at MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. And we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon. We're continuing to track what the crew is doing while around the other side of the moon. They are continuing to take pictures of the moon. The Earth now out of sight. What they are in right now is a crew choice event. The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment. After their impact flash targeting, the team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with Integrity and the astronauts for Artemis 2.
I'm sure he was.
We are getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon. And that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away.
Sorry about the flashing, everyone. Flash warning, flash warning.
With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also
technically
begun its journey home. This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even a lofted lunar dust.
Nader Hunter.
Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise.
Yeah.
Integrity, comm check.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. How many?
Houston, we have you the same, and it is so great to hear from Earth again. To Asia, Africa, and Oceania, we are looking back at you. We hear you can look up and see the moon right now. We see you too. When we burned this burn towards the moon, I said that we do not leave Earth, but we choose it. And that is true. We will explore, we will build ships, we will visit again. We will construct science outposts, we will drive rovers, we will do radio astronomy, we will found companies, we will bolster industry, we will inspire. But ultimately, we will always choose Earth. We will always choose each other.
Integrity from Earth, our single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
Integrity Houston. In Mission Control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
What a nice clear moon tonight.
A very
Gosh,
special
that's
moment
nice.
just now in Mission Control. Ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center and during one of their last sims or simulations here, they visited the Mission Control team in Artemis Mission Control in Houston and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the
After
Earth
stream, I'm
behind
going to
it.
go outside and just stare at it for a
Now
while.
that we are we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew. And the Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim. And we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. The Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule.
Here's the eclipse
and this is a
time
solar
now.
eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the sun, unlike when you watch one on Earth and the moon and the sun appear about the same size in the sky. You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon.
Go full screen for those who didn't see it.
Science, integrity, in the blind. This is continues to be unreal. The sun has gone behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, not the blackness, but the gray that blends and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3.
Love to know what that dot is.
It is quite an impressive sight. You can still see
right here.
The horizon lit up brighter where the sun set on that side of the moon. It is bright. And Earth
That's
shine
Venus, is it?
very
Oh my
distinct.
God.
And it creates
Oh,
quite
wow.
an impressive
They said
visual illusion.
they were going to try to figure it out on the
wow,
stream. I
it's amazing.
never got a confirmation of that.
Let's
Wow.
see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging.
What a
It's always
day.
challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. This has, it just looks unreal. You can see the surface of the moon between, I guess, the Earthshine. I guess Earthshine. You can actually see a majority of the moon. It is the strangest looking thing that you can see so much on the surface.
Integrity Science, we were loving your Science Sit Reps in the Blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Were you referring to comets or impact flashes
This
or
was
something
amazing.
else?
My favorite portion of the day altogether right here.
Yeah, there was a little bit of giddiness. We have seen 3 impact flashes so far. I saw 2, and Jeremy has seen 1. Undoubtedly, Jeremy saw 2, so that's 4 total. Undoubtedly, quick impact flashes. It was not sun glint off of particulate from the thrusters or the purge tanks. It was definitely impact flashes on the moon. And Jeremy just saw another one. Go ahead with your next question.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
So they've all been either on or a bit south of the equator and on the Earth side of the moon. Stand by. All right, so Jeremy has seen them kind of on and south of the equator, kind of spread across the moon, and mine were both south of the equator and just a little bit left of center of the moon.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes, so hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
One of the other things I wanted to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can still make little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it.
Maybe 5,
and
we'll see.
There's about the glow around the moon.
I think
once your eyes
4:30 though.
adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon. Science and Houston integrity. I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on April 1st because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing. I'm not sure if we talked much about the star field, but we've got lots of stars. You've got the nice glow around the moon, but, right off the, we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet, that line of planets. There's something a moon diameter to the left and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So, but anyway, there are definitely stars. I think some of those planets that you said we might see, we're seeing. And so, in unreal view, yeah, the moon in the foreground is one of the darkest things we see out the window, and now it's deep space behind it is kind of dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. It's quite a wicked view.
I was saying they're seeing Smoke Puppy out the window.
Mike's doing the best job, and I'm not going to try to add on to what he's doing. It's indescribable. No matter how long we look at this, our brains are not processing this image in front of us. It is absolutely spectacular, surreal. There's no adjectives. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Amazing.
We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, and we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft.
It's okay, we'll go to 5.
We all think we're starting to see something. I believe the most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct, you can still see Earthshine, even
Smoking
though
up outside the capsule,
is definitely
yeah.
growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor.
Smoking that weed
I'm sure
outside the
as the
capsule.
next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
If you've ever seen the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas, this looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
I loved that.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of Tell it like you see it.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes for this final portion of the eclipse. And these views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
And Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary for tomorrow, that'll help my vocabulary out a bit. Thank you.
We will solicit input from the team.
And integrity science, this is basically wrapping up your fly-by-day observations. I can't say enough how much science we've already learned and how much inspiration you've provided to our entire team, the lunar science community, and the entire world with what you were able to bring today. You really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough. And science signing off, and can't wait to talk to you tomorrow morning.
To your entire team, Kelsey, to the entire NASA science team, you all really turned to when we shifted launch dates to April 1st, and you got the most incredible package together for us to go do some great science and some great, truly human experience moments here. And we were well prepared, and we appreciate all of you. And this is what we do best when we all come together and work as a team. So y'all knocked it out of the park. Thank you for giving us this opportunity.
Beautiful words, Reed. Thanks so much.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently completed their lunar observation period. It was an approximately 7-hour period of time in which they were focused on several different targets identified by the science team here on the ground that they studied and prepared for ahead of time. And then they also were referencing a lunar targeting package that was uplinked about a day ago with those final targets. Now they are completing some post-lunar flyby activities, so they're working to clean up their observations that they've made and also working to downlink some of the photos that they've taken throughout the day. The science team here on the ground will then work to get as much data as they can overnight, and then there will be a post-flyby conference tomorrow after the crew wakes up. And that's not a debrief, but a science data collection to capture their nuanced experience while they're still in the field and the experience is still fresh. And they are now about 8,100 miles away from the moon, and that distance will continue to increase as they are now in the return leg of their journey.
Artemis 2 crew, we have a very special guest who wanted to be the first person to greet you after your return from the far side of the moon. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's my honor to introduce the President of the United States of America, President
this
Donald
also
J.
happened,
Trump.
yeah.
Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Jared, and you are doing a fantastic job. And hello, very special hello to Artemis 2.
Everybody
Today
looked like
you've
they were
made
being
history
taken
and
hostage.
Made all America really proud, incredibly proud. We have a lot of things to be proud of lately, but this is there's nothing like what you're doing, circling around the moon for the first time in more than a half a century, and breaking the all-time record for the farthest distance from planet Earth. Humans have really never seen anything quite like what you're doing in a manned spacecraft. It's really special. I want to personally salute and congratulate Commander Reed Weissman, Pilot Victor Glover, Mission Specialist Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen.
President, this call is certainly special to all of us, and we really have a lot of faith in our administrator, Jared Isaacman, who is with you. We appreciate his leadership in NASA and in the international community. We are doing great things, and we are proud to be a part of.
Hey, Reed, we were wondering if this adjusted fan speed is something that you would like to keep going forward, or if it was just a specific change request for the events this evening.
I mean, these missions had already been in planned by Obama, and
ideal fan speed. If you're willing to give us this fan speed for routine habitability, I think we would take it.
Reimagining of the Constellation project.
And Reed, we are able to support keeping the fan speed in this config. Happy to keep it here to collect data.
I'm not going to be one to give Trump any credit for this, honestly.
We'll take it. Obviously, when we go to exercise, we'll need to bump it up, but I think for quiet living, this will be great.
I'm
week
fine with
happy,
the
and we love seeing those
NASA
smiles.
administrator. So I will say that the administrator's all right. This has been just an unbelievable set of events. God damn. Yeah, the problem is, Trump is just getting rid of the budget entirely. It seems like for a lot of this stuff. At least it's up on the chopping block with him, and it's really terrifying. Oh God. I'm just dead. I've been 8 hours straight, 8+ hour streams on every single day. Most of them being up to 12 hours. And we are about how many days away now? 1, 2, 3, 4 days away from the end of Artemis, but I've got 5, 6 days, 7 days, I believe, before the daily stretch of streams is over. So we are going to be going absolutely for a total of 15 days straight on stream, everyone. This will definitely be the longest stretch of daily streams I've ever done on this platform in the 17 years I've been streaming. So it is wild. This has been one of the wildest things I've ever experienced. And I can't believe that I've been able to be here with all of you for every portion of it, essentially. Like, literally, every portion of it. We probably streamed a total of, by the end of this, probably 60% of this entire mission. From beginning to end. Maybe a little less than that, but we've streamed such an enormous amount of this. It is wild. And, to the point where when we watch documentaries about this, it's just going to be like a rerun entirely, you know? I cannot wait for the Artemis 2 documentaries, though, you know? We're going to have to watch them. You know? That's going to be amazing. And, yeah, so what the plan is now is we got an hour and 15 minutes, I think, before we're actually going to wrap up. I extended the stream a little bit tonight because of the recap that NASA just did. I didn't know it was going to be 45 minutes long, or 40 minutes long. So that'll work. I guess we'll go 16 hours tonight. I will go live once again, and we'll do the call-in thing, kind of like what we did on I don't even remember what day now. Yesterday? 2 days ago? Fuck me. I don't remember when it was. But, I think it was Sunday. Yeah, it was Sunday night. But tonight, we're gonna wrap up at hour 16, which will be at 5 a.m. Eastern time, rather. And, I'm going to take a sleep break. And then what we're going to do... Yeah, day 6 is over. Yep. So, and that means the entire Lunar Flyby packet is done. So that means we get return coast now, everyone. Which means I gotta update some stuff here. There we go. Oh, shit. So, tomorrow's plan. Go ahead and bring it up. We're not blocking anything. So, return coast. We got, starting us off, we have, the manual piloting demonstration, right? Wait. What's going on here? Oh no, I think a little bit it's a little bit jumbled up here. My bad. Yeah, there was I think it grabbed one from an earlier packet and put it at the top for some reason. But the crew wake up and their first meal of the day will be in 8 hours 47 minutes at 12:35. April 7th, yeah. Yeah, today is April 7th. Where is my...
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are currently seeing a live look outside the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. These views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft is now on the return leg of its journey following a lunar flyby on flight day 6. There's now about 20,000 miles separating the Orion spacecraft and its crew from the moon, and about 245,000 miles separating the spacecraft from Earth. We are expecting a splashdown to take place on Friday, April 10th. And then here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is making their way on console to complete a handover with the off-going Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team this evening was led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and then the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers will be led by Flight Director Brandon Lloyd.
Okay, so looking through the week. So today I will be live at, let's see, it's gonna be 5 o'clock when I end, so I want to get about 8 hours away from stream. Do I go live at 2 today? Well, what time does the next thing start again? Okay, so wake up. Exiting lunar sphere of influence. I probably will have to go live a little early. Okay. When does tomorrow's wake up is at 11:24 a.m. Okay. Got you. I think I'm using. Oh yeah, that would be 12:24 a.m. Eastern time. Gotcha. That lines up with what I've got. Excellent. So we'll let them wake up. I'll probably also wake up to their wake up thing because that's what I did this morning. Oh yeah, I've got a similar tracker. Yeah, I've been using. Ooh, that's a nice one. I've been using Jacob Bronson's planner. That's the official NASA one. Nice. I've been using this one. Yeah. Sweet. Thank you. They're going to be off duty quite a bit tomorrow. But we will, I think what I'll do is I'll probably go live at 2. Not at 3. We'll probably do a 3 p.m. Eastern Time stream start. That'll be right after... Well, no, they're going to speak to ISS astronauts. Shit. Okay, wait, hold on. I won't start at 3. We'll start at... I think I'll start at 2. That'll give me an opportunity to do the intro, and then we'll be thrown directly into the ISS astronaut conversation between the crew, or with the crew. So we'll start at 2 today. It's a good one, too? Hell yeah. Ooh, that is a really good one. Nice. Okay, tell you what, everyone. I'm going to get ready for the final hour of stream. I'm going to take a real quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll get you some music going and everything. We're going to come to this screen here, and, yeah, we're going to... I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of some stuff. And I will be ready for the final hour stream for the night before I get off stream. And go take about a 10-hour break, and then we'll be live again. Research heavy day coming up today. We're gonna go into research about all the features that they observed today. I have some plans for how we're gonna research it too. So it should be a good day today, a good productive education and learning day today. I think that'll be nice. That should be fun. I'll be right back.
Well, now, don't you tell me to smile. You speak around. plot and scheme. Mario C likes to keep it clean. Wanna shine like Ace on theme. Fun rapping 'cause that's my dream. More deep for sticking to me. Now when it comes to NB, all is green. Jealous of the rhyme and the rhyme routine. Another dimension, new galaxy. Intergalactic planetary. From the family to your old school hip hop. Kick off your shoes and relax your socks. The rise is spread just
This
like
is Artemis Mission Control. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 5 days, 9 hours, and 22 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission. And the Orion spacecraft and its crew, which includes Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are now about 20,000 miles away from the moon and about 244,000 miles away from the Earth. Today, the crew spent the majority of their day making science observations and capturing imagery as part of the Lunar Flyby. During this Lunar Flyby, the crew reached the farthest distance from the Earth during their mission at a distance of 252,756 miles. And Orion and its crew also made their closest approach to the moon at a distance of 4,067 miles. The crew's observations during this flyby, along with handheld photography and images from the Orion spacecraft, will form the basis for scientific investigations into the moon's geological history, the lunar environment, and current processes such as new impacts. The crew is now in their sleep period, where they will remain for the next 7.5 hours. And here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is coming on console to begin their shift and will be led by Flight Director Brandon Lloyd. And with that, I will also be handing over our live continuous coverage of the Artemis 2 mission to my colleague Nilofer Ramji, who will continue providing updates of Orion and its crew over the next several hours. In the meantime, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights from Flight Day 6.
Sorry, I was muted. Shit. I'm having a bunch of trouble with everything. My bad, everyone. Thank you for letting me know, Nader Hunter. But yeah, tomorrow's schedule is looking a lot thinner than the schedule's been looking recently. A bit of a break, a bit of a quieter time to relax and just hang out a little bit. But we still have some work that we're going to get to tomorrow. They're going to exit Lunar Sphere of Influence. I will not be on stream when this happens. I'm going to get started at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today. But at 2:28 p.m. Eastern Time, they're going to start speaking with the ISS astronauts. And that's when I am going to, I'm going to be live for that for sure. The crew will speak with the ISS astronauts, and then they'll go off duty for 4 hours, which in that period will be the time when we're going to do the research period. We're going to actually look into like we're going to look into some of the features that they saw on the moon today. We're going to maybe dive into some of the history of those features, talk about the geology and geography both of the moon. And try to get some try to make it a bit of an educational day and try to learn a little bit about the moon while we're doing all this. Cuz I'll tell you what, I learned a lot about the moon today. But I bet if we do some deeper dives, we might be able to expand on what we learned. So good stuff. We'll do that today. I've got some features marked down on Google Earth, the moon map. We'll take a look at that a little bit, and all that stuff. We'll start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today. The study period should start around 4:35, apparently. And then, yeah, we'll also have another opportunity to vibe after they do the return trajectory correction burn. I will have to leave call for that if we are able to get around to the call on the before period. Might be able to, might not. I'm gonna really try to get into that call today. We will try our best. But that will do it after that. I mean, we've only got tomorrow. We got exiting the lunar sphere of influence, which I won't be live for. But I'll be live about 33 minutes after that. And then at 2:28, crew will speak with the ISS astronauts, and then at 4:35, crew will be off duty for rest and personal time. And then at 8:04, we will have the return trajectory correction burn 1. And I believe that'll be a pretty short burn. And then we will have potentially have another crew off duty time, or they might work on like assorted tasks or something. And then they'll go to bed. And then that'll be day 7. A pretty low labor, well, comparatively speaking, day coming up today. Yeah, we'll use it as an opportunity to learn more about the moon. I'm not even ready to look into the days after that, though. We'll do the radiation shelter construction demo on April 8th. That'll be at 4:35 as well. PM Eastern Time. We're getting close, everyone. We're getting close to landing day. And again, Wednesday, we'll be live again Thursday. Yeah, Thursday is going to be a bit of an interesting day. So, as I was saying, I'm going to be going to a comedy show. Me and my friend are going to go see Stavros do a stand-up show here in town on Thursday. So I will be cutting my stream in half, basically. So what I'm going to do, or there will be two different streams on that day is what will happen. I'm going to go live from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on at the start of the day. Then I'm going to log off at 4 p.m. And I'm going to go with my friend out to the place. And then I'll be live again at midnight to 4 p.m. again, which will give us about 8 hours of stream. We'll kind of go over things that I missed while I was gone and stuff. And yeah, and then Friday is going to be all hands on deck re-entry day. Re-entry and splashdown day. And then we're going to have to do some recaps of everything we've been through over the last 10 days at that point. God. A couple more days of this. Oh my God. I really love doing this, but it is slowly eating away at my energy levels. Not even slowly. It's really eating up my energy. It's all right though. I was planning for it. This was all planned. Yo, CD Unk. Is the radiation protection shelter for us stuck to Earth? I don't think I understand the question. Hope you're having a good one, CD Unk. I had to roll a doobie with the blue paper in the top pack. I forgot to get a new pack of papers. No, fuck. It's for the astronauts, CD Unk. For they're testing it for any contingencies that they would need for the rest of the mission or for Artemis 3 and beyond. We switched over patches from we switched over patches from the main mission patch to the back of the patch, which is the return patch. As you see, the Earth is in the front now instead of the moon. Oh. Big ceremony for that earlier today in the mission control offices. Yeah, we got a blue screen. I think we're probably done with our feed from the ship today. They keep going to replays from the day, which is valid. Today was fucking unbelievable. One of the wildest, potentially one of the greatest days of my life. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, this was a day I've been waiting for as long as I can remember. First time I ever heard about Apollo. And every space documentary I've ever seen, you know. But weather stuff is coming back on the stream slowly. It will be back. I think Saturday and Sunday is probably going to be interesting from what I've been seeing in some of those models. I don't know about the rest about this week though. I've been in and out of the loop a little bit. I think there's supposed to be some potential developments later on in the week, but waiting for that Gulf moisture to start flowing back in. Looks like it's going to flow into the central portion of the U.S. I'm so wrapped up in Artemis, I haven't done shit to get ready for chasing. Oh no, Nader. Oh, I understand that 1,000%. I'm in the same boat. I'm not really doing anything else with stream right now other than just on Artemis. Yeah. God damn. Yeah, that's where I'm at too. But yeah, I'm still getting all my shit set up for chasing this year too. Oh my god. Well, distance chasing at least. Hoping to get some interesting footage this year. I really am. We got some good footage last year, but yeah, we gotta show that on stream at some point again. I always show it, but once we start getting back into the swing of things with BT weather again, we're gonna get all that going again. We're gonna have more fun with BT weather too. I got some plans for special events and stuff for it outside of what we got already planned for it. So this is the season of BT weather. It really is, because it is storm season. So pretty much on this channel, I guess from here on out, the spring season is just going to be weather season, pretty much, on the channel. Except for this one for the most part because of Artemis, but not fully. I mean, it's going to be mostly weather, but yeah, but Artemis has taken up a bunch of the beginning portion of the season for sure. Considering the season is only 8 weeks long. And this has gotten us down a week and a half, so we'll have 6.5 weeks altogether to get everything that we want done for spring. Damn, that's a very short period. Say practicing, but I've only made one. Practicing making clip compilations? Ooh, hell yeah. Go. Yeah, one of the busiest weeks of my life. Chase season goes a lot longer than that these days. Yeah, that's definitely true. I made my cutoff June, which would actually go into my summer season a little bit. But yeah, our cutoff is June. I don't have a whole lot of chasing streams planned. I have 2 in May and 1 in July. For specifically live streamed ones. Since this is the first year I'm live streaming my chases, I'm only doing 3 on top. And also the other reason why I'm only doing 3 is because I kind of prefer doing the home coverage, the studio coverage of weather now. I started out liking the chasing, but something about it is just like, this is so much nice. This is so much better for my brain because I don't have 1,000 things happening around me, and yeah, it feels like it's a lot less overwhelming to cover it from home. Even when it's directly happening to me. I might have a spider in there, buddy. One sec. Let me see if I can take care of that. I don't Really want him in here. Oh, goodness. One sec. Let me grab some stuff. That was not a spider. That's just a piece of a leaf or something. I don't know what the hell that is. All right. I'll see you on the dark side of the moon, buddy. Yeah, we don't have anything other than a blue screen from the crew. They're sleeping, and I think they cut the feed for whatever, you know. Probably for bandwidth reasons, because they're probably wanting to get all of that all that data. But by the way, it's 4:20. It's 4 motherfucking 20, which means we're gonna do our final 4:20 of the stream, everyone. Let's go. Where you at, Smoke Puppy? Come back. Teleport in, Smoke Puppy. There you are. How's space, dog? How's it going? You enjoying it out there?
I want to get high, so high. I want to get high, so high. I want to get
That's valid, Nader Hunter, yeah. Y'all can join us. If you don't smoke, y'all can join us with, by, you know, hydrating, grabbing snacks. That's all valid, too.
on your discus. Oh, what you missed this? You got the bad wetness. Catch a hoe and another hoe.
Maybe even
Merry
having
Christmas. Yes, I smoke
yeah,
shit.
having a glass of scotch or something. There you go. Hell yeah.
The blunted ones to approach it. Forward motion, make us sway like the ocean. The herb is more than just a powerful potion. What's the commotion, yo? I'm not joking around. People learning about what they smoking. My oven's on high when I roast the quail. Tell Bill Clinton to go and inhale, yo. Exhale, now you feel the funk of the time. When I feel the effects, I want to get high.
That sounds pretty good. Hell yeah. One of these days it'll be legal, I believe. I think it's coming pretty soon, honestly. From what I've been seeing, there's been rumblings. In my state, there's a lot of rumblings about legalizing medical, for sure. So that might end up being a thing for me to be able to finally get some relief. Maybe pull back from using SSRIs. I'm kind of thinking about. Maybe. Seeing if I can maybe pull off of those now. Maybe. I don't know if it's really doing the same thing it used to do for me. Or if it's as effective as it once was. Weed has always been effective for me, though. It has always kind of made my anxiety attacks and panic disorder like manageable. I have significantly less of both of those things from it. So it's good. I like that. I like the idea of medical. I need to get it. Even if I did live in a fully legal state, I would still probably get medical. Or at least try to. Because I kind of need it to be a medical thing for... I think I need to have it on my medical record. For my own personal, like, mental health issues that I have that I should probably speak to professionals about again at some point. You should probably... I kind of feel like I should probably just go back for, like, a checkup or something. You know what I mean? I always thought it was just, like, you go for checkups for, like, regular health. It'd be good to get a checkup for mental health, too. So I'm thinking about maybe doing that soon. Next time we see the astronauts, they're all going to be mooing at us. Oh, mooning us. Mooing at us. I was like, wait, hold on a minute. What's happening? What made the astronauts decide to moo at us? That got me good and confused for a sec. Yes, they're going to be mooing. Over the radio and causing a stir at in Houston. Damn. Space tornadoes. We got cows. Yeah. Oh my god. Can I get the clip? Hold on. One of the greatest scenes of any movie ever made, in my opinion. This is honestly one of my all-time favorite fucking movies, and it probably explains a lot about me. This was one of the first movies I also saw very young, because it came out the year I was born, 1996. You know, it was everywhere when I was growing up, and my dad loved it because he's a storm chaser and storm spotter, as I was growing up, and that's kind of how I got into all this. But he showed me this movie as one of the first movies I ever saw, and I instantly became obsessed with it and watched it essentially every fucking night for like a year because I was young. And same thing with what was it called? The Wizard of Oz. I don't know why I forgot the name of that movie, but I don't know why I forgot the name of one of the most famous films of all time just now. But yeah, that happened. Yeah, here, speaking of, most famous film of all time, here's a movie that should be one of the most famous films of all time. Here's a wonderful clip.
Jesus, Bill, I've never seen clutter like this.
I don't think anybody has. It's plastic high.
Bill, we're in the core.
Okay, we got sisters.
My God. Yes? Julia, I can't talk to you right now.
We're right under the flanking line.
I realize that.
You can't attack this thing from the south. We're gonna get rolled.
Watch me.
Julia, I know you're upset. You
Have
just
not,
gotta breathe.
Oh my god, this is so good. This scene is so fucking good. Oh my god, I can't.
Thing from the south, we're gonna get rolled.
Watch me.
I think this is literally one of the greatest scenes. I think this is one of the greatest scenes in film history, just because of just how over the top it is. I love fucking movies like this so much. Oh my god.
Watch me.
Julia, I know you're upset. You just gotta breathe. We both just gotta breathe.
You need to watch more movies.
Cow. I gotta go, Julia. We got cows.
Oh, yes. I gotta go, Julie. We got cows.
Cow.
Can I get that again?
I gotta go, Julia. We got cows.
The space. Oh my god.
Another cow.
Actually, I think that was the same one. Damn it, we got drunkards here. Actually, I think that was the same one.
Greatest movie ever made. Honestly, greatest fucking movie ever made. Nobody can argue with me. I also play Elite Dangerous, and you can build a station in it and name it. My main station is in my system is We Got Cows Station. Second station is Another Cow, and my surface outpost is Same Cow. Oh my god.
Damn it, we got drunkards here. We got no path.
This is not good. Get us out of here.
I'm trying, okay?
For it.
God, this scene was incredible. Oh, honey.
Oh my god. I really don't want to spoil the crew, because really, like, we're gonna watch this movie in the Discord in about a week or two here, so yeah, it'll be on April 18th. We're gonna watch this in the Discord. It is Twister. So I hope y'all are prepared, because it is going to be really good. What a great movie. Holy fuck. I gotta go, Julia. We got cows, buddy. Don't spoil it. It's only 30 years old. I haven't seen it in so long, so I really don't want to. I don't want to. Yeah, you know. God, what a fucking wild movie. Those cows are fried chicken. I heard they made a cartoon about that or something. I don't know. I tried to make a joke. It didn't work. Let's see. Let me see here. Project Hail Mary. Is that the right movie? See it in IMAX. Ooh. Yeah, I do have an IMAX theater, but it is about 50 miles north. I wonder if I could. What is this about? Ooh. Oh shit, this sounds interesting. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna look into it too much because I don't want to spoil it, but it does look really fucking good. Hell yeah. Watch the trailer. We are kind of wrapping up, and I'm kind of trying to not start a whole new segment. You know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta end up wrapping up here in about 20 minutes. Um, but yeah, probably gonna just vibe it out. I think we're gonna raid Parkour's language actually here in about 20 minutes. I am dead. Let's I'll save the trailer because I do think I am gonna watch that. Maybe I'll have my friend take me up. I don't want to go alone. I'd rather take someone with me. It'll be good. I gotta get. I gotta start doing more stuff instead of just hanging around the house all the time. That's what I really gotta do. Oh, I don't have AT in there, buddy. All right. But yeah, what a day! I cannot believe the day that we had. That was probably the greatest stream I've ever done. Just content wise, like what we experienced, it was just like Nothing can probably beat that for a long time. What a gay. In the way of, like, just how mind-blowing it was. Yeah, that was just not something I am personally capable of ever beating. Wow, nice gay. I can't wait until we get those images. I'm excited. I am so goddamn excited about those fucking images. And when we come back, today, I'm absolutely certain we are going to be seeing some of those images. And we'll be cross-referencing a bunch of the images of the craters and stuff like that. And we'll be looking into them. We'll be learning about how they were formed. We'll be looking at a bunch of the moon's history. Talk about the Theia collision a little bit more. You know, there's gonna be a lot. There's a lot to talk about with the moon. Still a lot that is unknown about the moon. And this is gonna be one of those missions that really just kind of pushes our understanding of it a little bit forward, because again, it's such an enormous field of research. The moon, such an enormous undertaking to study the moon. I don't know how much we really know about the moon, to be honest. I kind of feel like there's so much to learn about it. I'm almost convinced that there might be more to learn about the moon than there is about Mars in some ways. But yeah. I am personally extremely fascinated with the moon. I actually really always have been, and this has been a dream come true in a lot of ways. I've studied the moon through telescopes in my life. That is an amazing experience. Just having a basic home telescope and seeing it through. I don't have one anymore, but when I did, it was just really cool. Reason why I got rid of my telescopes is because they were not as powerful as I really wanted my telescopes to be. I just need something better. I really do. I got to get something I can connect to a computer. I got to get one of the big ones, one of the big boys. And I will at some point. That'll be a thing that I do on this stream, is backyard astronomy. Once I get the telescope for it. That'll be a project for probably 2028, probably. Yeah, I'm actually planning that far out. Because that's kind of all I ever do is fucking plan. 2028 is going to be really expensive, I think. If they launch Artemis 3, I'm going to be at the Artemis 3 launch. So that's going to be difficult. 2028 is going to be a wild year on this channel. It's going to... I don't even know what to even say about it. There's really wild content ideas I have for it. Ooh, hell yeah, Nader Hunter. Let's go. 15-inch reflector Celestron. I'm going to take a look at that, actually. Ooh. Nice. It's like a... I'm not... I see a couple different types of them but yeah, these are nice. Going onto their website. I was gonna... Eesh. Their prices have gone up a lot, and yeah, eesh. Talking about Celestron. Trying to see here. I think this is it right here, was what I was looking at. It was also a Celestron, too. One of these here. It's the, where's the name of it? Where is it? Oh, shit. Where'd it go? The CPC 1100 GPS computerized telescope. This is what I was looking at. Oh yeah, y'all can't see it. I don't know if I'll end up getting this exact one, but I was kind of looking at this a little bit. Here's the model name. This would take a long time to procure the resources for, but yeah. It would be fucking amazing. And they want 4,300 for that. Yeah, make that like 2030, actually. Never mind. Probably. I mean, look at these images, though. My God. Worth it. 1,000% worth it. Yeah, like, is there any more? No. You're sitting on a gold mine. It's gonna take a gold mine to pay for this fucking thing. On top of that, I need to buy a fucking truck, too. So, like... all of my plans for stream are gonna put me in fucking debt, I think. I think that's what's gonna happen. For like the rest of my life, I'm just gonna be put in debt because of this stream. It's 100% worth it, though. Absolutely. This is it. This is the one I have. Ooh. Oh, nice. Let's fucking go. This is nice as fuck. That's sick. I bet you get some incredible imagery from that thing. Yeah, there's this. It's the CGXL Equatorial HD telescope. Hell yeah. Fucking fire. Just put a built Toyota 2JZ in the car you have, And then you can outrun the Nader? Yeah, and then I'd go into the air, probably. I'd probably achieve liftoff. in a Kia Rio? Yeah, that thing's going into the air, probably. I feel like that would kick so hard, it would just give me, like, it would just give me whiplash every time I put the fucking gas pedal down at a, just stop at, like, a green light after a stoplight, yeah. Ooh, you have a solar telescope, too. These are cool as fuck, too, yeah. Yeah, that's sick as fuck. Hell yeah. God damn it, I always do this. This right here. Oh, god damn it. There we go. That's very nice. That's the Skywatcher Heliostar. Oh my goodness, everyone. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you all. Y'all are fucking amazing. Y'all keep me going and keep me doing this stuff, and having this stream has been a absolute joy and pleasure, and I can't wait for the future of it and what it holds. I really can't. This day has got me thinking about the past, the future, the present, everything. I'm broken after today, energy-wise and brain-wise too, because I still don't really know, like, how to put together what I'm feeling. Because what a day. This has been a day I've been preparing for about all as long as I can remember, but specifically for the stream, like in the last 8 months to a year or so. So to see it all come to fruition has been amazing. I've been waiting for Artemis to happen for a long time. Long time, buddy. Anyway, I didn't get to see Artemis 1. But yeah. Artemis 2 has been an incredible experience. You have to find a place to send you some of the photos from the scope. Imaged Andromeda and a lot of nebula. Ooh, hell yeah. We do have a Discord. If you'd like to join the Discord. If anybody would like to join the Discord, here comes the link in the chat. There we go. Well, yeah, I'm gonna be going for Artemis 3. I'm gonna do my best to get down there. I'm trying my best. I'm gonna stream from there and see what I can put together. It'll be really cool. I hope I can get it done. That'll be great. But everyone, I gotta get off of here and finally get me some sleep so I can prepare for so I can get ready for today when we go live once again and continue our journey through the cosmos. Trying to get to Starbase for Ship 12. Ooh, yeah, hell yeah. What's those cylinders? These? Oh, this is all like dab, all of my dab stuff that I have right now. All my dabs. They're like pretty much all mostly empty. So I'm just utilizing what's all left in those just to kind of get them out of my face. Cuz I've got a big collection now. Yes. Go to bed, you silly pupper. I need to go to bed. Yeah, you're right. It's time. It's time for me to head off. We're gonna raid Parkour's language. If they're still alive, yes.
Gotta get that grind, friend.
Hell yeah. They've been live for 17 hours. They've been live longer than me. Make sure they're not heading off anytime soon. Well, I mean, they probably are relatively soon, but they're probably going to be live for a little bit more. So let's go ahead and raid in. Hell yeah, everyone. Thanks for being here. I appreciate y'all. Y'all are fucking amazing. I can't wait for today. I can't wait. Can't wait for later today to come back and do everything again. So, everyone, let's get some rest and we'll be back to it. I'll see you very soon. Virgo loves you. Smoke Puppy loves you. Right, Smoke Puppy? I hope you've been enjoying your trip. You're officially on your way back. How does that make you How does that make you feel, Smoke Puppy, as you've teleported back to us? Damn. Damn. He's really he's really feeling it, you know. That was a pretty eloquent speech, Smoke Puppy. I bet today was huge for you. You were there too. Anyway, Smoke Puppy, you better teleport back to the capsule. This motherfucker snuck in the fairings for during the right before launch. I don't know how he did it. I think he teleported, honestly. But he's teleported back to say goodnight to all of us. If you're wondering why he doesn't just teleport back like now because the mission's over, uh I'll write that lore later. He's already gone through it. Look, he's already gone through 6 days of this. What's 4 more days, right? Smoke Puppy. I love you all. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for everything, everyone. And sometimes you're just reminded just how weird and fucking bizarre life is, that we kind of are just alive in the first place. Like, that is weird on its own, right? And like I don't really even can't even really wrap my mind around that to get us started, but like when days like this happen, it really just becomes so obvious, just like, what the fuck are we? What really are we? It's really strange. Life is a really weird thing. But at least we get beautiful views like we had today while we're out here hurtling around the universe, not in a not much different fashion than the people on the Orion capsule today. We just have a bigger spaceship. But yeah, what a weird universe. I'm glad I get to experience it with all of you. And all the people in my life and my community. And I love you all. We're going to continue this. We're not done. We still got a couple more days left of this. All the way up to Splashdown. I appreciate you all. You know how the fuck we end this. You know how we end it here, buddy. Big love. Thank you all so much. I hope you all enjoy Parkour Languages stream, and I will see you all at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Night night.
Respecting others is cunty too. Putting yourself first is cunty. Learning to love yourself is cunty. C-U-N-T. I'm gonna do what's best for me. I'm cunty. That's cunty. C-U-N-T. I'll prioritize my own needs. I'm cunty. That's cunty, cunty, cunty. Wow. Healing your inner child is cunty. Getting therapized is cunty. Having autistic meltdowns cunty. Dragging behind some bins. Doing a poo at your friend's house. Stealing shit from chain stores. Learning how to let go is cunty. Learning how to say no is cunty. C-U-N-T. I'm gonna do what's best for me. I'm cunty. That's cunty. C-U-N-T. I'll prioritize my own needs. I'm cunty. That's cunty, cunty, cunty. Wow. One, two, three, four. Tonight I'm gonna be a massive whore. I'm cunty. 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't care if you slut shame. I'm cunty. 1, 2, 3, 4. I deserve so much more. I'm cunty. 5, 6, 7, 8. You can't take that away. I'm cunty. It's cuntology 101, bitch. C-U-N-T. I'm gonna do what's best for me. Cunty. C-U-N-T. I'm gonna do what's best for me. Cunty.
Oh my god. What the fuck even happened today? That flew by so much. Flew by so quick. But everyone, here comes Parkour Language. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'm dead. I don't think I've ever been this tired before. No, that's not true. That's actually not true. I've been much more tired than this before. But yeah, I feel like I'm just spiritually exhausted is what it is after today. That's what it actually is. I'm just spiritually fucking exhausted after that transcendental experience today. And I hope you all got to enjoy it as well. And we will be enjoying the images for many, many years into the future if people didn't get to see it today. But we were all there for it, pretty much. We were all on the camera for it. Every single human being was on the camera for it, so that was pretty cool. So we were all there in one way or another. I love you all. We're going to be live at 2 p.m. Eastern Time today. So in about like 9-10 hours. Yeah, I love you all. Have a wonderful night. Take care, sleep well. We all love you here. And we will see you very soon. Me, Virgo, and Smoke Puppy will see you very soon. Night, night, everyone. Peace out.